Happy Wednesday. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, 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 people of the stream. How's everybody doing? We got a bunch of people out there today. Let's see. Betty's Best popped in first on Twitch with a yodel. I love it. And Sophia's over on Twitch. And Swank joined us, y'all. Swank joined us over on YouTube. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Drink Wine Day. Happy Perfume Day. And happy Thumb Appreciation Day. I very much appreciate my thumbs. So, welcome in, Swank. And Swank asked, what time did you start? And is it every week? We start at noon Eastern time. We go till about 3 or later if I'm feeling very motivated. We do it every Wednesday unless obviously life happens. Also every Thursday. So Wednesday and Thursday every week. So Anita's here over on Twitch. Hello, Anita. Welcome in. Sophia says, happy Semla Day, one day late. And gives the link for the Wikipedia on Semla. I don't know what that is. Let's see what Wikipedia says. Oh, I already like it. Y'all, you open up the Wikipedia and the first thing you see is pastry. And everyone who's here knows my love of baked goods. So I am all about this. A semla, and there's a whole bunch of other different names that I'm not going to try to pronounce, is a traditional sweet roll made in various forms in Sweden, Finland, Estonia, Denmark, the Faroe Islands, Iceland, Norway, and Latvia, associated with Lent, and especially Shrove Tuesday in most countries, Shrove Monday in Denmark, parts of southern Sweden, Iceland, the Faroe Islands, or Sunday of Fastelavn in Norway. So yes, I am very happy that you have a whole day devoted to a pastry. That warms my heart. Also makes me want one really, really badly. So, thank you, Sophia, for sharing that with us. I am definitely going to see if there's any way I can get those in my Atlanta area. We don't have a whole lot of Scandinavian culture here. That's more northern United States, North Midwest United States. But I'm gonna do a search, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the heater. Ugh. Okay. Over on YouTube, Alicia has joined us. Hello, Alicia. Just joining, getting a snack, and reading Meeting Cute. Excellent. Cute. I love that name. Anita says, happy Pancake Tuesday, even though it's Wednesday. I don't mind celebrating yummy food on the wrong day. I'm all about that. I should have my husband make me pancakes tonight. I say that, make us pancakes, because he can eat them too. Sophia says, well, when you eventually become European, this is the part of year to come visit. It is February. I am not coming to Sweden in February. I love you, Sophia. But I am not about that snow. That is not, And the cold, no. I will come in July. I will forego the pastry and have other yummy pastries in whatever area I ultimately settle in. Anita says, I have leftover pancakes, but forgot to eat one for lunch. I don't understand how you forget pancakes, Anita. I'm so disappointed in you. So disappointed. Alicia says, I'm trying to finish Meet Cute. Oh, Meet Cute, not Meeting Cute. Got it. I have some other books to finish as well. I know. Aren't you the one who's like trying to read 18 books this month? Isn't that you? Alicia? Let's see. Sophia says, we'll pick a year with early spring. Okay. I'm down for that. Or, here's another plan. You could get the pastries and then come visit me. How about that? Bring them with you. Alicia says, and only 10 days left of the month. What the hell? Yeah, I feel you. I haven't been reading as much this past week, although I did read last night. I'm trying to finish Stone Blind, which is a Medusa retelling, and I don't like it. it's not that I don't like the story. I think the story is cool, but and some of the writing style I appreciate, but I just don't love the writing style. And there's a lot of head hopping. And at first I thought it was just in the scenes with the gods, but it's not. It's all over the place. And I don't like that. I don't like head hopping. I don't like omniscient viewpoint. I don't like any of that. So, yeah. And it's not that the story is bad, but it's also, because I understand what the interpretation of the Medusa myth is. There's also this feeling of dread as I'm reading because, anyway, I'm trying to get there. I'm like 60% done. I'm trying to get there. It's just very slow going because I'll read a couple sections. They're very short chapters because they're chapters by point of view, which I appreciate, even though they hop around different points of view within whoever's in that scene. And I appreciate that they're short chapters, but it also gives me the opportunity to stop reading faster. Like when I get to the end of the chapter, like the 2-page chapter, and I'm like, okay, I can stop now. So it's taking me a long time to finish. Okay. Alicia says, I am the one. I do have 18 to finish. So, yeah. So how many have you finished, Alicia? How many have you I know you've read a lot this month. I know. Hey, Coral! Coral's over on Twitch. Haven't seen you in quite a long time. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Coral says, just making my customary sporadic appearance to assure you I'm still around. I'm glad you're still around, Coral. I'm glad you're still around. Welcome back. Sophia says, in 1 week is our annual book sale, and I'm hyped. I love that you guys have like a nationwide book sale. That makes me so happy. I love your country. It's just too fucking cold. Coral says, things are finally looking up, but for now, I am soup. I love that. I'm also soup. Betty says, I am reading so slowly this month. You and me both, friend. I'm definitely not getting a reward book. That's so disappointing. I'm so sorry for you. I'm so sorry. Alicia says, I have read 2, maybe 3. Okay, I don't think you're going to hit 18. I don't think you're going to hit 18. But I also want to note that at least one of the books was over 700 pages. I feel like when we're like making these goals for ourselves, we have to be a little more strategic and pay attention to like the actual little pieces and how big those little pieces are. Because if you're reading you've got a short month anyway, because it's February, and if one of your books is 700 pages, in like normal book, that's like 3. That's like 2.5, 3 books right there. I think you should count them that way. I think you can. I give you permission. Let's see. Coral says, only book in recent memory I've enjoyed with multiple viewpoints is The Dead Take the A Train, but that one does it differently. One clear main character, occasional chapters from the X's perspective, a whole chapter, then back to the next chapter for a few, and both characters in tight third. Yeah. And like, I don't have a problem with books that have multiple viewpoints. I don't have a problem with that at all. I do have a problem with bouncing from head to head within the same scene. And Stone Blind, it's not a bad book. It's written in a style that is not usual. I like the voice generally. I like the voice generally because particularly in the parts about the gods, it's really interesting because, gods are not human, right? They're not human. They have their own way of viewing the world, their own social customs, hierarchies, and things like that. And so the way that is portrayed is really cool. I really like that. So like the voice works for me. But there are just certain little things I don't like. And it's making it, and because the chapters are so short, it's making it easier for me to like click away to something else that I find more interesting in that moment. Betty says, I'm going by pages this year. Okay, that's smart. That's super smart. Alicia says, I need to kick my butt into gear. I'm going to finish Meet Cute and move forward. Yes. I'm going to see how many I can get through in the last 10 days of the month. It's just going to be like all reading all the time. Let's see. Daniela has arrived. Daniela says, hey, I need to do something for dinner, possibly wash some dishes first. I mean, it depends. Do you need the dishes to make the dinner or eat the dinner? If you don't, they can wait, because then you got to do dishes twice. And why would you do that? I'm just helping you. I'm helping you, Daniela. Coral says, I'm still reading, but it's great so far. A few errors that get in the way of readability, but mostly it's clever and immersive and tells a good story with relatable and universally damaged characters. I love realism like that. Sophia says, multiple point of view is a skill. I, for one, think George R.R. Martin doesn't have that skill, for example. I think Terry Pratchett does. And I also think it has a lot to do with, like, in the past, that wasn't as big a deal. That's very, very important in modern reading. But in the past, omniscient point of view and head hopping was not a big deal. And so I also think some of the authors who are older and who, when they were young, read a lot of that sort of fiction when they were young, and now they're old. That sort of fiction was older when they were young. So it's from multiple generations back. And so I think that older people writing that way, it doesn't surprise me as much, or, it doesn't bother me as much. I still don't like to read it though. So, Daniela says, yeah, I do need the dishes. Otherwise I wouldn't wash them. Daniela and I, we are of a mind. We are very similar. Coral says, also having done research myself in the past on how to write horror, I think this author and I found the same info. Some technical failing, but other bits are flawless. Love that. And I don't ever mind when it's a newer writer and they're still because they're still developing both their voice and their craft, and they're only going to get better. They're only going to get better. Sophia said, yeah, Agatha Christie did it all the time. Exactly. Coral says, I do believe she's a relatively new author breaking into a particularly competitive genre during a particularly inhospitable times for authors in general. Yes, 100%. So I'm looking forward to her future work. That's exactly right. That's exactly it. You just keep an eye on her because she's going to get better, because she's obviously paying attention and she's obviously learning. And so those type of authors are just going to go upward, right? That's it. So the last 6 days, since the weekend, since like Friday, maybe Saturday, I think Saturday, I have been hyper-focused, like super hyper-focused on this project that I'm doing, and it is an author's hub in Notion. So those who don't know what Notion is, it's notion.so. You can go look at it. It's free. There are paid tiers, but most of the regular stuff you can do for free with no problem. But it is an organizational tool that utilizes relational databases. You don't have to use the databases, but that's really what gives it its real power. And so I've been creating this hub, and I've had it, and those who've known me for a while know that I've had it on my to-do list for a long time. And I've been working on it off and on for the last probably year. And I don't know what it was about last weekend, but I was like, okay, we're going to get this at least partially done, because it's a big project. It's like, I have like the writing hub, and it has like a database for your stories that keeps all your story details in one place. And then like a contacts database for, editors, cover artists, agents, other authors, whoever you want to put in there. And then there's a task database that you can, and it's specifically for writing / publishing, whatever. And then there's a separate calendar where you can move, like you can automatically, when you set a particular date or you check a particular box, it'll automatically populate this one calendar, and you can do that from any of the other databases once I get that piece done. I've got that done in a couple places, but not, I need to double check and make sure I've got it everywhere it needs to be. So that's like the core of it. And then there's like going to be another section that is for if you write short stories and you submit them to markets. There's a short story market database and a submission tracker. And those two things work together, but they also work with the story database. So you tag that story database so you can look in your submission tracker and see where you've sent it, when you've sent it, what the results were of past submissions, etc., etc. And then I've got the publishing piece, which includes like a marketing kit and a what else do I have in there? I have like marketing section, a launch kit section, and then there's another section. I don't have it up right now. And that goes together, and that all works in conjunction with the core databases as well. And then there's a money part. So there's a database for income and a database for expenses, and that's really just for tracking. It's not meant to be like your entire bookkeeping, whatever. And then there's another database that's separate for events. So if you attend events or whatever. So like, this is what I've been working on. I have not worked on anything else, just these things, which is why I did not get the events up in the Facebook group on Monday like I usually do. And I haven't uploaded any YouTube videos of our Sunday discussion chats this week. That's why. But I'm just about done with the core part, with the main hub part. I'm just about done. I've created help files for it, and like frequently, like what I anticipate might be frequently asked questions, and various other, like pieces as support and showing people how to use this stuff. So that's what I've been working on, y'all, and I'm really proud of it, and it's really cool. I'm very excited for it. Okay, let's see. Have you heard of that book? It's urban fantasy with heavy horror tones, but with more supernatural thriller pacing. That is right up my alley. I could include a piece for AO3 and other fanfic sites and stuff. I'll have to noodle over that and see if that's a thing, so you can keep track of, like, I could make a little module for posting to fanfic sites and tracking your views, or I don't know if that would be useful to people. Uh-oh, am I not here? I've disconnected. Okay, I should still be on YouTube, but it looks like Twitch disconnected. I don't know if it's going to reconnect. It is attempting to reconnect. Damn it. Why is Twitch being so twitchy? Okay, can y'all still see me on YouTube? Oh. Okay, somebody can still see me. Here I am.
Just followed.
Twitch.
Yay.
Man, Twitch. It's just the way it is, right? Okay, so Coral, if you're still there, I don't know if you saw, but I missed the name of the book or the author. Alicia said YouTube had no problems. YouTube has other problems, but disconnection is not it. Yeah, Twitch, that's a Twitch thing. So, hello, Swag. I'm glad you could still see me. Okay, and Coral says, good, we're back. Sorry about the jump scare, Julia. If we were in a sprint, you wouldn't have heard the sound. But we weren't. So, but I love my little rainbow girl. She's adorbs. Oh, yeah, that's right. The dead take the A train. Okay, I'm gonna go look it up, and I'll look it up while the dead take the A train. Okay, so I'm gonna pull it up on a browser, and then I'll go look at it while we're doing the sprint. So, welcome in, Julia. Julia's over on Twitch. Welcome in, welcome in. Glad to see you. My name is Vanessa, and for anybody out there who doesn't know who I am, my name is Vanessa. I write urban fantasy with horrific elements. Let's see if I can move this so I can show you my book. Here's my book. That's a book. I love my cover. I am also a professional editor and have been since 2008, specializing in speculative fiction and romance. And then what else? Oh, I run the Writers Troupe. So if you're on Twitch, that's the name of the channel. I run the Writers Troupe, which is an educational and support group for writers. And we are on Facebook, Discord, Twitch, and YouTube. Obviously, those are the places I am right now. So yeah. So, and if you're interested in the links for the Facebook group or Discord, just use !TWT for Facebook, and then !Discord for Discord. All right. Let's see. Carrion City book 1 of a planned duology. Ah, nice. Coral says she used bacchanal in the opening paragraph and in perfect context too. I love it when writers use words that perfectly like they're the right word to use, but they're not like a normal word. I like that. Julie says, awesome. I'm a full-time literary translator, so English is not my first language. What is your first language? We have such like a global community here. We currently in the chat right now, we have at least one person from Sweden, one person from New Zealand. Are you in New Zealand or Australia, Coral? And we've got a person from Canada, and Julia is German. Are you in Germany? Or are you German and... oh, you're living in Germany. Yes, we're so global, y'all. I'm in the United States. I don't know if you can tell from my accent. But I live just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. So that's where I am. So I love that we are so... Oh, and that's right. That's right. Welcome in, Paula. Paula's over on YouTube. Paula is in the UK. We are all over the place. And Alicia's in Florida, here in the US. Coral says about how Julie loves Bachelor... Oh, the Bacchanal reference. And about how Julie loves bachelorette parties, likening them to a Bacchanal of the stupid. Like a something to a neon... I love that. That is hilarious. Okay, that book is going to be up my alley. So I'm definitely going to put that on my to-be-read list. Okay, but you know what? We've been talking this whole time. It's been like 20 minutes. We haven't started anything. Oh, wait. Is that... Who's feeding? Ah, Anita fed the dragon. Look, our dragon is almost level 17. Huzzah! Pixie is our dragon. If you're over on YouTube, you only get to watch. Sorry. It's a fun little Twitch thing that users can use their channel currency to feed, breed, or fight with, not them fight with, but create a fight for the dragons. So yeah. So you just get to watch YouTube, folks. Sorry about that. Let's see. Coral says, it's been a few days since I glanced at that page, and I've been excavated since. What have you been excavated from? All right, but we need to get to work. So what's everybody working on? I have decided I am not working on the Notion project during the sprints, in part because my software for streaming is very resources intensive, and Notion isn't super resource intensive, but can be when I've got a bunch of tabs open and doing a bunch of different things in different places. So I don't want to slow down the stream or anything like that. So I opened Scrivener, and I'm going to work on witch marks, which I have not worked on in at least a week. So, yeah, so that's what I'm going to work on, I think. All right, let's see. Sophia's going to find something to eat, and then we'll crochet, because today she chooses not to push herself toward editing. Perfect. You don't have to do it every single day. It's okay. Anita is doing publishing work for Crystal Lake. Yay! Huzzah! Coral says the next line repeats, Julie loves bachelorette parties, which is why she was so pissed. And then segues perfectly into a horrific description of the state of the bride-to-be. Phew! Exhausted. Yes. I mean, having been a bride-to-be, yes. Julia says, I'm working my way to the deadline of a romantasy novel with urban fantasy college setting. Nice. Nice. Alicia said, I'm getting some ramen noodles and adding up page numbers for the books I'm supposed to read in 10 days. And when she says in 10 days, she doesn't mean 10 days from now. She means between now and 10 days from now. She's got to read all those in the middle. Yeah. Okay. Good luck, Alicia. Coral says, been a good few days. Just turning points take a lot of work. Yeah. Oh, exhausted. Okay, that makes more sense. That's funny. All right. Y'all, let's get to work. For those who are new to the stream, we don't usually play music or anything like that during the sprints. We do 20-minute sprints. We'll do 2 sprints, then take a little 5-minute break. What was the other thing? Oh, so people on Twitch can use their channel currency, which are plot bunnies, to purchase music. But otherwise, it's usually pretty quiet. So sometimes that freaks people out because they're used to music during sprints, but we don't do that here unless people really want it. All right. Exhausted, excavated, same difference. For real. For real. These days, for real. Okay, let's get on it. I've got 20 minutes on the clock. Let's get going, y'all. Here we go. All right. All right. How's everybody doing? How'd you do? How'd you do? I did a bunch of little things at the beginning of that, and I had to also read the story a little to get back into it because I haven't looked at it in at least a week, maybe longer. So I got about 140 words, but I had to start a new scene. And I was like, I know where I need to go, but I don't know what the transition is between the last scene and this scene. So I had to work that out. So I got that kind of worked out. So yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Daniela says, I'm almost done with the cooking. Yay! What did you end up cooking? I could see the multi-chat swallowing and not showing a couple of my comments earlier. Maybe it's when multiple people send them at once. I think it clears it. There's probably a setting that I can, maybe there's a setting that I can change. Let me see. Let's see, browser settings. No, that's just the size. Shut down source when not visible. I don't think that would work. Yeah, I'm not seeing where I can maybe change. I have no, yeah, okay. I don't see where I can change how long it stays on there. And so sometimes I think when there hasn't been a lot of comments, it'll just clear it off. Also, as a heads up, YouTube right now is having trouble. It like actually disappears some chats for no reason, not moderator issues, nothing like that. But I know Jean has that problem, and Alicia said that there was also that problem on Dee Dee's stream earlier today as well. Apparently that YouTube is eating comments sometimes. So Sophia says, I ate some carrots and then started a mini meal planning project. Nice. Emily's here on YouTube. Hi, Em. I'm here, by the way, but doing work stuff today. We'll try and slot in some writing. You can do work stuff here. If that's what you need to get done, that's what you need to get done. I do hope you get to your writing. But if you need to do work stuff while you're here, do that work stuff. Get that shit off your list. Anita said, got some emails drafted and printed out the talking points for tonight's trope show. What's the topic tonight? So for those of you who don't know, Anita does a show on the Go Indie Now network called To Trope or Not to Trope. And it's where she has a guest on and the guest decides what trope they're going to argue about. The guest decides what their position is, whether they think it's a good trope or a bad trope, and then Anita has to argue the other side. It is a fun show. It is a fun show. I don't usually get to watch it live, but I'll usually go back and watch the replay. Let's see. Alicia got and is eating her ramen. Excellent. I had oatmeal before the stream. Swank says, I was organizing bills and Goodreads. You organized Goodreads. Good job. You know, I hate Goodreads, y'all. And this is nothing about you, Swank. There are lots of people I don't like Goodreads. And I don't know if it's because since Amazon bought it, it became worse than it was before that. And it was pretty bad before that. But also, they haven't changed their UI in 20 years. And it's just bleh. Anyway, but it's also like the atmosphere feels very toxic there. Yeah, so I don't like Goodreads. I mean, my books are on it and everything like that. You can't really control that. And, it's fine. But for my tracking of my reading, I went over to Storygraph, which is really cool. You can do lots of challenges there. It's fun. I like it. Let's see. Daniela made noodles with tofu and peanut butter sauce. It's highly possible I already made it in some previous sprints. It's okay. I still like to hear it. I'm a food person. I love food. Sophia says, short version, I'm picking 15 recipes that I will cook over the next 2 months. I love that idea. Anita says, haunted past is the trope that they're going to be debating. I'll be arguing against, despite the fact that I use this trope extensively. Oh, Wayne Termel. Oh, that's right, because you were supposed to do it last week, and then it got postponed to the weekend, and then it got postponed again till like a week after when it was supposed to. So yeah, I mean, but that's just how lives are sometimes, right? Because shit comes up in life. It just happens. So, Swank, I agree with you that that food sounds fantastic. I can't really eat noodles very much, but I still want to. Anita says Goodreads is terrible. Yes. Alicia says, I also counted the pages. It's 6,610 pages to try and read in 10 days. That's 660 pages a day. That's like 2 full books a day. Alicia, I think you need to revise your goal. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If I were, alternately, if I were you, I would pick all really short books, like novellas and short books. That would be me. Sophia uses Storygraph too. Okay, we need a friend on there. Alicia says most are between 200 and 400 pages, so maybe doable. That is almost 700 words, or 700 pages you have to read every day. Alicia, you have children. Swank says, I use Goodreads to track my books. I don't get involved with the people on it. Excellent. Excellent. But I do recommend Storygraph because you can do that exact same thing on Storygraph. And I believe they've got a way to transfer over what's on your Goodreads list over to Storygraph, but I don't remember. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Daniela says, I still haven't made the switch to Storygraph, but I don't use any of the social aspects of Goodreads. Nobody who likes being like in good social environments ever uses the social environment of Goodreads. But I also have my own spreadsheet. Yes. Also, earlier, your Notion project sounds great. I love Notion and use it for meal planning and disorganized content planning, among other things. Well, I don't know if you're a writer, Daniela. Are you a writer? Because if you're a writer, it would probably benefit you. Sophia says, but then you can see the review I wrote for your book, and I'd be too shy for that. Aww. For the record, I did not write you a bad review. Well, we're already friends, Sophia. Why would you not want me to see a good review you left? I'm just saying. But it's up to you, right? If it makes you uncomfortable, that's okay. Alicia says, I'm thinking about finishing Meet Cute and then reading Smallest to Largest. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. Actually, when I started like last month, okay, so for those who don't know, I'm just going to say this really quick and then we're going to get into the next sprint because we're not supposed to be taking a break yet. But when like the beginning of the year, well, toward the end of December, but really officially the beginning of this year, I started really actively participating in Alicia and Kelly's sprints in the morning. And so for those of you who don't know, Alicia and Kelly do morning pirates productivity sprints every weekday morning from 9 a.m. to about 11 a.m. Eastern time. They start at 8 a.m. Central, so that's how that works. Right? They usually go till 11:30-ish. And it's about productivity. Well, from there, I started just hanging out in their streams when they were streaming and I was like, hey, what's going on YouTube? And they do a lot of reading sprints as well. And there are a lot of people who come into the productivity sprints to read. And I was like, oh, I can use these to do that. And when I got out my physical TBR, not the whole thing, but like a stack of like 6 or 7 books to start with, I literally piled them thinnest to thickest. Even though I do love to read, and in my past I was a voracious reader and I could like polish off a book. I didn't want to overburden myself, I think, at the beginning. So anyway, that was that. Okay, let's get going. We got another 20 minutes and then we'll take a real break. Y'all ready? I'm gonna go back to my book that I'm writing, not reading. Here we go. Okay, y'all, that's the end of that sprint. How did you do? Let me know in the chat. I got about another 150 words. I had to do a little bit of research, but I got about 150 more words, and yeah, so it's just chugging along really kind of slowly, but that's okay. This is 300 more words than I had 45 minutes ago. Well, an hour ago. So, how did everybody do? Let's see. Daniela ate dinner while watching YouTube. A friend uploaded a 2-hour reading vlog movie, so I'm watching it in little bits. I love that. That's so cool. Sophia needs to find 2 more recipes from her cookbooks, which is always exciting. My husband got a new cookbook for Christmas. He's diabetic, and so they got a low sugar, or, you know, low sugar cooking for diabetics or whatever. One of my family members gave it to him, which I thought was super sweet. So I'm hoping he'll make something out of it sometime soon. All right, we're going to take a little break. We usually get about 5 minutes. I need to go off camera for a couple minutes. We're going to do a slightly longer break because right now I'm having a tummy issue and I might be a couple extra minutes, but we'll see. I was going to try to just like take the 5-minute break, and then I've got to go off camera for the next sprint anyway because I've got to do my oat milk thing. But, oh!
Auburn's Rose just followed. Yay.
Yay! Welcome in, Auburn Rose, over on Twitch. Hello, hello. So we're going to take a 7-minute break this time. And hopefully I'll make it back before the timer. Let's go over real quick. Anita said, Talk of Goodreads led me over to Library Thing. Oh, I have an account there too. And I spent that sprint doing their Valentine scavenger hunt. How fun. Alicia finished her noodles, made the list of books in order of reading, and finished the day 5 story in Meet Cute. Yay. Yay. All right, we're going to take a quick break. If you need something to eat, something to drink, you need to use a restroom, now's the time. I mean, you can do it whenever you want, but this is the time we set aside for it. If you've been sitting this whole time, at least get up out of your chair, stretch your body a little bit, move around, get the blood flowing. Also, your first reminder, if you haven't taken your meds, and you should have taken your meds by now, take your damn meds, because we like you, and we want you around for a while. I have 2 more vitamins to take today, which I'll do a little bit later. All right. So I will be right back. Y'all be right back. We'll meet back here in a few minutes. Okay, now can you hear me? Sorry about that, y'all. Super weird. I don't know why usually when anyway, it doesn't matter. Hello. Welcome back from break. How'd everybody get everything you needed? Yeah, I don't know what happened so I have my Stream Deck program that when I hit the come back from the be right back, it unmutes my microphone, but it clearly did not do that. So, I don't know why. Anyway, glitch. So this sprint, I am not going to be writing, at least for the first part of the sprint. I will be off camera. I have to go down and I'm working on oat milk, and I did my second batch. I started it right before the stream, so it's done. So I need to strain it and bottle it, and then I need to clean the oat milk maker and put it away. So that'll take a little while. I don't think it'll take the whole sprint, but I think it'll take at least most of this, or at least part of the sprint, maybe most of the sprint. So I will not be on camera. Do not be alarmed. I will be back. So, all right, y'all ready? I hope you got done what you needed to get done during that break, but let's get back into it. We got another 20 minutes on the clock. Let me get my Spirit. Oh, so Spirit City is going to be having a new DLC, and I'm probably going to buy it right away. It's a garden DLC, even though I don't garden in real life because I don't like to get dirty. I don't mind it. Anyway, so, but it's going to have like all new stuff, so I'm excited for that. So we'll definitely be exploring that as soon as it comes out. All right, y'all ready? Here we go. I got 20 minutes on the clock. Let's do the things. Wait, where's my mouse? There it is. Okay, here we go. Like I said, I'm going to be off camera. Don't be alarmed. All right, y'all. Come on back. So I bottled the oat milk. I cleaned the oat milk maker and the filter. And now the oat milk is sitting on the counter cooling. I put one of the bottles that had already been on the counter cooling. I put it in the fridge and leaving the other to cool. So all that's done. My hands are very dry, so let me get out my body butter. And I got some words. So I'm currently up to just a little over 400 words for today so far. So that's not bad. Let's see. Swank worked on next month's budget, worked on the grocery list, and made another pot of tea and had an apple. What kind of tea are you drinking? I also got tea while I was downstairs. I actually accidentally left it downstairs after I did all those things because I'd forgotten I'd made it. So I had to go back down and get it. So I am currently drinking cinnamon rooibos that I get from Harney and Sons, which is my favorite tea company. Let's see. Daniela cleaned up the kitchen. Always so proud when I do that right after dinner and not 2 days later. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you, Daniela. Sophia found all the recipes she needs, but did not have time to copy them into her binder. But progress. Lots of tofu in the coming 2 months. Like tofu, this is good. Yes, I like tofu. I do. I like tofu. Rachel Taylor has joined us on Twitch. Hello, Miss Taylor. She's jumping in, doing day job stuff for a few more minutes. Seems like this always happens. Well, it is a weekday. And then swapping over to Halo the book. We'll be working on a new chapter that she started last night. Yay! Huzzah! Anita finished the scavenger hunt, sent an email, and prepped other stuff. Excellent, good job. Danielle also went through work emails because she chose not to do that earlier. Yes, choices, right? Rachel says, put your favorite tea company in the chat, please. I'm looking for loose leaf tea supplier. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to do that right now and put it in both YouTube and Twitch. Harney and Sons tea. Yes, I buy their loose leaf cinnamon rooibos. I buy that by the 2-pound bag. And I usually buy 2 at a time. So there it is. Awesome. They are so good. They have all different kinds of tea. They have their oolong is really good. If you like something light and nutty, they have something called soba, SOBA, that is like, it almost when you get it, it almost looks like grape nuts. If you're familiar with that kind of cereal, grape nuts. That's what it looks like, but it brews up this very light, delicate, refreshing, nutty tea. I mean, it's obviously not tea because it's not a tea leaf, but yes. So it's very good. Let's see. Swank has jasmine green tea and Earl Grey mix. Okay, that's interesting. So I'm a huge tea nerd. I love tea, but there are 2 kinds of tea that I do not like. One is chamomile, but the other one is green tea. I have never had a green tea that I have liked. And I've tried at least 6 or 7 different kinds of green tea or ways of like infusions and just like green tea and matcha and all this stuff. And I just don't like the taste. And that's okay, right? That's okay. But I don't know. I feel like mixed with Earl Grey, I might be able to get on board with that. I do love me an Earl Grey kind of tea. Also, if you go with Hardy and Sons, they've got something called a cream Earl Grey that is my favorite kind of Earl Grey. It's kind of like Lady Earl Grey that I've seen elsewhere. It's kind of like that too. But I really love the cream Earl Grey. It's probably my favorite kind of Earl Grey. Rachel's like, definitely adding soba to my order. The cool thing is you can get like a little 2-ounce packet for like, I don't know, $5 or $7 or whatever it is. And it's probably not even that much, but like, and so you can try it. And they also, the cool thing is anything that they have, you can get loose leaf tea or you can get them in sachets, which is like non-tea, like non-paper tea bag. And, the sachets, I guess, they'll give you 2 free ones of random flavor in every order. So I have a bajillion of them. That's actually what so when I go to conventions and we have the Writers Troupe tea social, those are always in the tea selection. So let's see. Anita said, I like David's tea. I do also like David's tea. I've had that before. Someone got me a sampler of a bunch of tiny little loose leaves. And yes, David's tea is also very good tea. But I think they sell in the US as well. Their English toffee tea was yummy. I don't think I got that one. Oh. Rachel says, I don't like green tea either. Darn it, because it's supposed to be so healthy. Anita says, I like jasmine green tea. Alicia says, this is a tea lounge in my area, and the tea is lovely. I love the Moroccan, I love the almond biscotti, Moroccan mint, and more. Nice. Did you put a link? Because I'm not on the main YouTube channel. Let me look and see if I should probably pull that up or make somebody else a mod, because I don't have that. I don't have that accessibility in my streaming, in my streaming thing. So let me go pop in there and see if there's something that is Yeah, no, there's no link or anything. So if you try to, you know what? I'm just gonna make you a moderator. Alicia, you're gonna be a moderator. Okay, Alicia, you're now a moderator. Do your thing. And I'm gonna trust you to like take care of anything that comes up moderator-ish in the YouTube channel, because I don't get access to moderation. And the other thing is when someone who's not a moderator posts a link, it doesn't even come through to moderators saying, hey, this person tried to post a link. So it doesn't even get to be approved. Like, you can't even approve or deny it. So Alicia, you're a mod now, so you can drop the link. Rachel Taylor says, have you tried Harney's chocolate black tea? I've never had anything quite like that, but I think it might pair well with my raw honey I use to sweeten. I don't particularly like chocolate flavors in my tea, so I have not tried that. But get one of their little sampler, like their little 2-ounce loose leaf packet things, and give that a try. Okay, so Alicia posted the link, Kalicia Tea Lounge Bulk Teas. Excellent. Well, let me go check that out, because that's what I need, more tea in my life. I literally have an entire tea cabinet. I'm not even joking. I have a tea cabinet. So, and I try to do mostly non-caffeinated or low caffeination. Oh, they've got a chai rooibos. That looks good. Oh, they've also got white tea. If you've never tried white tea's also, it's a very delicate tea, but it is so good. So some of I love oolong tea, and I love white tea for different reasons. Oolong's very hearty, and white tea is very delicate. So, all right, y'all, I could talk about tea all freaking day. I freaking love tea. Okay, so, but we have shit to do, is what I'm saying. I don't think we get a break yet, although at the time we usually get a break, but I've done so much chattering that it's not actually break time yet, I don't think. I think we have one more 20-minute sprint before we're supposed to get another break. So let's get into it. I'm going to try to get some more words. If I could get 700 in this stream, that would be great. We're probably going to go long, y'all, because I've been chattering so much, so we'll probably go long. All right. Are we ready? Shall we get started again? Let's do it, y'all. Here we go. Dang, I missed the timer, y'all. At about 2 minutes out, I was like, oh, I'm kind of laggy in this scene right now. Maybe I'll just wait it out. And then I just looked at it some more and I was like, nah, okay, let me do this. And then I got involved in it again and I forgot about the timer. So sorry about that. All right, I am at 639 words for the stream so far. Like I said, it's been a little slow going, but I'm happy with it. I'll take it. I'll absolutely take it. Looks like Rachel Taylor just got herself a treasure trove of tea, so yay you. I'm not allowing myself to buy any more tea except for my regular tea because I buy too many and do not drink them fast enough. That's right, Spicy Sinpei! Is it Sinpei? Am I saying that right? Words are indeed words. That is so true. Sophia should go to bed. It is getting late there, so if you need to go to bed, go to bed. It is entirely up to you. Daniela worked on a work task, and it's going pretty well. Yay! Sinpai. Excellent. Thank you for the correction. Huzzah! Welcome in, friend. How are you today? Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see. Sophia says, tomorrow editing has to happen. We are here for that. So we will see you tomorrow then, when you will be editing. But I hope you have good sleep. So we'll see you later. Thank you for hanging out with us today. Alicia said, I read to page 149 in Meat Cube and grabbed another chocolate. Ooh, I still have Valentine chocolate. My husband gave me a bunch of Hershey Kisses. Because I told him not to get anything. We will just exchange kisses for Valentine's Day. And so, of course, he got me Hershey Kisses, and I didn't give him shit. So that's how that works. I did give him real kisses, though. So, you know, I followed through on my promise. Sinpai says, but no worries. Well, thank you. I just like to, you know, as someone who has a name that is kind of weird and difficult to pronounce, not my first name, my last name, I like to try to make sure I'm pronouncing people's names correctly and calling them what they want to be called. So thank you for that. Rachel Taylor says, yeah, I likely bought way too much. No, there's no such thing. But there were so many fun flavors and I had to get to $100 for free shipping. Luckily I have hydration issues, so I drink a lot of tea. Also, Senpai says, I've got 500 for the day so far. Also slow going, but going, right? That's all that matters. Just like going is the important piece. Good night, Sophia. Sweet dreams. Rachel says, and finally I'm switching to Halo the book and closing my email so no one can bug me for at least 1 hour. At least 1 hour. Okay, you could do it. Aw, you didn't get any kisses. You've been sick. I wouldn't give you kisses either if you were sick. My husband and I do everything separately when one of us is sick. We sleep separately. We eat separately. Okay, in truth, we eat separately usually anyway because we're on our respective computers, but that is it. So yeah, we do not, because, you know, like, if I'm sick, I don't want to get him sick. And if he's sick, like, he will get sick. If I'm sick, he will get sick, period. If he's sick, there's a 50-50 chance I'll get sick. I have a much better immune system than he does. So we don't kiss when either one of us is sick or even feeling sick. We'll, like, do forehead kisses or something like that. Or cheek kisses, but we don't do lip kisses. So, yeah. Because, you know, safe. Oh, but we got a break, y'all. We're running so late. I am such a jabbermouth. So, we get a little break. So we're going to take 5 minutes. I've already got tea. I'm going to step away for just a minute, but I won't be gone long. But if you need something to eat, something to drink, you need to use the restroom, this is the perfect time to do that. At the very least, you know what I'm going to ask you to do. Get up out of your chair, move your body if you haven't done it for a little while. Your joints will thank you when you're my age. Probably the last reminder of the stream that if you haven't taken your meds yet, you should take your meds, please. Let's see. Spicy Senpai says, it's the other way around. I always get sick when someone in the house is. The kid brought home germs this time. I feel like that's like half of the kid's existence is to just bring germs home to their parents. Because, I mean, I'm happily child-free, which is probably why I'm not sick very often. I couldn't imagine if we had a child with my husband's immune system the way it is. And he's not really immunocompromised. He just, I don't think, well, he's diabetic. So I guess technically he's got some kind of compromise. But like, I couldn't imagine if we had a kid and that kid kept coming back, you know, because everybody always sends their kids to school sick. So like, I couldn't imagine. He would always be sick. It would be awful. So my heart goes out to all of you parents there who have to deal with this. All right, but let's go ahead and take a little break. Like I said, I'll be off camera for just a minute or two, and then I'll be back and we'll chat some more, and I'll tell you about the new little cat house I have for old lady cat up here. All right, but I'm gonna be right back. You be right back. We'll meet back here in a couple minutes. Totally digging that little song. All right, I'm back. We still got about 3 minutes left on the break. So at Christmas, my mom had been talking about needing a new big cat stand, like big cat house. She has 3 cats, and so she had a real big one, and it's just gotten old, right? And so I was checking out the Restore. For those who don't know, Habitat for Humanity has these stores where people have donated stuff, but they're not being used in a build. So they'll sell them and then use that money to help finance the builds, right? But you can find sometimes new stuff or mostly new stuff, or just stuff people don't want or they got and then they're not using or whatever. So I looked at their online sale and I just keep an eye on it. Like I get emails from them. I check out what they have listed online, you know, whatever. And then also some of the stuff they have in store that you can't buy online. Anyway, they had a cat tree house and one of the really big ones, like 6 feet tall or whatever. And so I was like, okay, that's great. So I bought it. It was only $50, which if you've ever priced cat trees, that's probably half the cost of what it actually would cost. And it was brand new in the box. It had never been put together or anything like that. So I bought it. I wrapped it up. We wrapped it up for Christmas. It was gigantic. And so we give it to her on Christmas and she loves it. She's super happy. We don't put it together or anything. So my nephew goes over a week or two later. No. She opens it up a week or two later and she like pulls out because it doesn't have a picture or anything on it. She pulls it out and looks at it and is like, oh, it only has 2 baskets. Because, you know, it's got like little baskets that are on the side. And then there are all these different places to lay and, you know. And so she's like, oh, it only has 2 baskets. I want 3 baskets. Not that all 3 of the cats sleep in the baskets at the same time, but that's just what she wants. So she messages me and she says, hey, I don't think this is going to be big enough. I have this other one on my Amazon list, and I just didn't want to fight her about it. It's like, fine, whatever. So the one she has on her Amazon list is $65. And so I'm like, cool, fine, I'll just get that from you. Because we've got downstairs cat who is big. And we had this little, probably 3 foot tall cat house thing. And he is too big for basically all of it. He is a big boy. He is a big loaf of cat. So so he hadn't been using that for a while. So I was like, all right, well then I'll just take that back. I'll get her the one she wants and whatever. So she gets the one she wants. My nephew puts it together. Fine. It is not much different. Whatever. My mom's weird. So we last time I was over there, I brought it home, and it's just been sitting down in the basement for a couple weeks. And finally, last week, my husband put it together over the course of 3 days. We had pieces everywhere. Anyway, so he puts it together, and this thing is gigantic. Like, it is literally at least 6 feet tall. It is huge. And Basement Cat loves it. He can actually fit on the parts that you're supposed to be able to lay on as a cat. And so cool. So I'm like, hey, I'll bring the old one that's too small upstairs for old lady cat. And I did. And she can't get up on the top because the way it's set up, it just doesn't work that way. But she has taken, it's got like a little cubby hole in the bottom. She's taken to going in there and just like curling up and sleeping. It's so cute. Or going right behind it and sleeping up against the wall if it's a little too hot in there. So like, it's so cute. So they're definitely pricey when they're the big ones, for sure. I was actually really impressed that my mom had found a big one for $65 on Amazon. So as much as I hate giving Amazon money, but there it is. Senpai says, one of my 3 is a big chunker at 22 pounds. Yeah, I'll be interested to see how much he weighs. We have to take him in for his annual shots soon, but we just spent $700 on Old Lady Cat, and we've got to spend another $250 next month on her. So he's going to have to wait on his shit until like April. I can't afford it right now. So I'm going to be interested to see how heavy he actually is. He is heavy, but he's solid. You know, he's got a little bit of a waddle under, on his tummy, but he's mostly very solid. And yeah, and he's a sweet boy. He's a cuddle bug. He is not food oriented in any way. You can't lure him with treats, which is really problematic when he occasionally gets out and goes on walkabout under our deck, because we can't get him to come in until he's ready to come in. So it's annoying. If I could get my husband to quit leaving the fucking door open, we wouldn't have that problem. Every single time we've had that problem, it's because he's left the damn door open. We call his pouch his bat wings because it swings when he runs and it looks like it's flapping. When I first had cats and like they got that, and most of them get that, at least the indoor cats. And when I saw that, I didn't take her to the vet for that. But the next time we were at the vet, I was like, is this something I should be concerned about? And they were like, no. I was such a nervous cat mom. Could you imagine if I'd had an actual child? That's not true. I have more experience with actual children than I did with cats at that point. So, okay. Anyway, that's my funny story. So she's right now over there curled up just behind the little cubby. I put her in the basket yesterday. She was not having any of that, although she fits perfectly in it. So the vet wasn't concerned about the pouch, but yes to his weight. Yeah, I'm sure. All my indoor cats have always had that little waddle thing. So, Starling Dust, welcome in! Oh my god, I love your little astronaut. That's so cute. You have a 13-pound cat and a 22-pound cat body. I mean, I feel like I'm a 120-pound woman in a 210-pound body. So, I mean, it stands to reason I would have a cat with a similar thing. Okay. Good to see you too, Starling Dust. We're about to start another sprint, so welcome in. You're just in time. Feel free to let us know what you're working on. Okay, everybody ready to get back into the swing of things? We've been chatting for a few minutes. We were on a little break. So, to be honest, we've been very chatty today, period, all the way around. So, okay, let me turn off the red timer. And let us know what you're working on. Starling Dust says, perfect. Just got home from work and ready to go. I will be working on self-indulgent fan fiction. We love that. Which fandom are you fictioning about? Let us know in the chat. I mean, I may or may not recognize it. I'm an old lady and I don't truck in a lot of the current fan fiction. Oh, Top Gun! I know that one. Excellent. Awesome. Fun. Senpai says, me too, though I should be working on my book. It's okay. It's all writing. It all helps make you better. It's all writing. It doesn't matter if you're writing fanfic or if you're writing an original story or a story with original characters. It is still all practice for your writing. It's all worthwhile. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta self-indulge. Yeah, but it's still practice for your writing. You're still doing great. Alicia will read for a bit more and then has to go get the kiddos from school at 1:45. All right, well, Alicia, it'll be the sprint then. Please drive safely. Enjoy the time with the kids. We'll probably be here when you get back because I'm probably gonna do a couple extra sprints because I've been just so chatty. Senpai says it's my palate cleanser. It's a teen romance thing because I usually do military sci-fi. That is definitely a departure. For sure. I love it though. Good job. Huzzah. Love it, love it. All right. Shall we get back into it? I have 20 minutes on the clock. I have lost my mouse. There it is. That's what happens when you have a bunch of screens. You can lose your mouse very easily. All right, y'all. 20 minutes. Let's get into it. Here we go. All right, y'all. That's the end of the sprint. How did you do? How did you do? I did really well that sprint. I now have for the day 910 words. And I think I'm going to pause it right there. So I'm about 700 words from 20,000 for the Witch Marks book. So huzzah, yay! Starling Dust got 562 words. Yes, you get a cheer. Yay! That's awesome. And Senpai is up to 629. Yes, you get a cheer. Excellent job. Excellent job. Huzzah! So usually we start wrapping up right here, but we've been very chatty today, so we got a very late start and lots of talking in between when we weren't on break, so we're going to do at least one more, maybe two. Senpai fucked off a little on that sprint. That's okay. It happens sometimes. Yeah, so I think I'm done with that sprint, with this writing session. I really want to go back to working on my Notion author hub, but I'm not going to do it during the stream. I said I wasn't, so I'm not going to. I do need to work on multiverse stuff. I'm a couple weeks behind on stuff for Multiverse Convention, which is in October. Let's see. Oops, scroll back. Let's see. Emily, meh. I got like 27 words. I don't know. My brain is just out of it. Writer's block or lack of inspiration or something. Haha. Maybe I need to write something else or just take a break. I don't know. Haha. Write something else. You don't have to write on the main project that you're trying to get finished. You can write on something else, and you can also take a break. Try writing on something else first, and then if you still don't have it, it's okay. Take today off. It's okay. Anita said, I worked on an interview and wrote 2 questions. Excellent. Rachel says, researching and then writing how to sort wine grapes for crushing. Super fun with tons of small details. I love that. The majority of which I'll end up cutting down the road because I'm not actually writing a book on how to make wine. I mean, you could though. It could be like a little companion piece. I'm all about multiple streams of income, baby. All right, Emily got work done earlier though, so that's good. Yes. Senpai says, solitaire has me in a chokehold. Games will do that, for sure, for sure. Swank says, thanks for the sprints. You're welcome. I have a 2 p.m. class in an herbal workshop I'm doing. Y'all have a good one. That is so cool. I've been seeing a lot about herbal stuff on social media, particularly on Threads. There are a lot of... I don't know about a lot, but I've been seeing a number of Black women creators who are also herbalists, which I think is really cool. So yeah, so that's been coming up in my stream a lot more lately. So cool. Senpai says, I've also been doing some of this chapter by hand. I have to give my fountain pens some love. I haven't used my fountain pens. They're over there very sad because they're all dry. And so, which means I have to go and clean them before I can use them again. And I have not had the spoons to do that. I made oat milk though, that counts. So yeah. So yay you! I've been considering shifting over to handwriting first drafts, but I have not as yet done it. I'm terribly lazy about cleaning my pens. Me too. Me too. I go through spurts where I'll use fountain pens like all the time at home for like several months, and then suddenly I will not. And then my pens will all go dry, and then I'll have to clean them and do a whole... But the thing is, like, I get all of them, and I clean all of them, because I have a lot of them. I've got this one, and this one, who my friend, who's an author, Ben Meeks, makes. He made that for me. I mean, obviously, the fountain pen nib and stuff he didn't make, but isn't that beautiful? It is so pretty. And I've got a bunch of the, no, that's a ballpoint. I've got the, what are they called? Where are they? These guys? These are actually my favorite. These write the best out of every fountain pen I've ever had. These write the best. They're the ugliest ones, but they write the best. So, yeah. Oop, those don't go there. Okay, I'll put those back later. The Kakunos are so good. I know, right? I wish they would. I don't know. Maybe they do make them in a prettier body, but man, they work so well. I use a syringe to fill the converters. Yes, I also have a whole syringe thing. I have a little water cup on my desk specifically for my pen. Okay, that's smart. I've got about 60. Holy cow, you definitely have more than I do. I have probably 8 or 9. Yes, Anita says, I have many ballpoint pens that have no ink. My favorite ballpoint pens are absolutely the Energel ones from I think it's from Pentel. Yeah, Pentel. I love these. I have these in almost every color you could ever think of. I buy refills for them. I don't buy new pens. I mean, I do sometimes buy new pens, but usually only when like I have them. I have a blue one here somewhere that it cracked, like this part cracked, and so I have tape around it. Um, and so yeah, so then I'll buy new pens. Or if I need a color I don't have, which I don't think exists anymore, I think I have every color they make. So yeah, okay. Do. Oh my God, Senpai has 100 plus inks. I have 3, 6. I have probably 8 inks of different colors. Let's see. Starling Dust says, I do a lot of handwriting when I'm traveling / away from home. Nothing I like more than sitting in a cafe or restaurant and writing in a little notebook. It makes me feel so classy and mysterious. I love that. Have you seen the Waringal Literary Ink line? I have not, but I am going to Google right now. Waringal Ink. Ah, there we go. Okay, I'm going to have that up in a tab in the background, and I will go look at it later because you know that rabbit hole. So yes, very classy and mysterious. I agree. All right, shall we get going on another sprint? I'm not sure what I'm doing. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna open my email. Ugh, I don't want to. There are a bunch of. I didn't realize my email client was actually closed. So email completely left my brain, but I know I applied for a small book festival in Alabama that is literally not even an hour from my house because it is right off of the highway I live off of, and I'm on the west side of Atlanta, and it is literally just barely across the state line. So it's like an hour away. And it's a 1-day thing, I think. Maybe it's a weekend? I don't remember. Anyway, so I applied for it, and apparently they sent me an invoice 3 days ago, and I didn't see it because I was in the midst of hyper-focusing on that Notion author hub that I'm working on. So yeah, I didn't see it. So I need to go deal with that. Senpai knows the rabbit hole so well. Same. All right, but let's get going. 20 minutes, y'all. I'm going to jump into my email as much as I don't want to. Okay, here we go. Okay, y'all, that's the end of the sprint. Did I get into my email? Not really. I've mostly been looking at inks with Senpai. Oh man. Oh man, there's so much. So much. So much I want to get. Yes, I fell to temptation. You are a devilish person leading me down that temptation lane. And in the meantime, Starling Dust got another 487 words. That's what should have been happening. Yes, I did fall. I didn't realize Starling Dust and Spicy Senpai's names are almost the same color. Like they're two different shades of purple. So Starling, when I saw you, I thought it was Senpai, but it wasn't, obviously. So, did you know what you? Oh yeah, I had those are the inks I have. I think yeah. So I know not to go to their website right now. I cannot, because those are the ones I have over there. Yeah. So no, I'm not doing that. Anita did some social media posting and have only one question left to write in the interview. Yay. Yay. I am not getting an advent calendar. I'm not. I think that's what I did because I've got a bunch of the smaller bottles. I don't remember if I got those in like a bundle or if it was something special like an advent calendar or whatever. The only email I did open was the Duran Duran newsletter where they've announced new shows in Europe. You know, if my husband's company would have stopped being an asshole, we would have moved to Europe in like December-ish of last year, and I would be in Europe for these fucking shows that I could go to, but I can't. They're going to be in Denmark, in Czech Republic, in Hungary, and in Macedonia, of all places. Oh, I feel like I saw a German date too, but maybe not. Oh my God, Scotland is calling me back. I haven't been to Scotland. I want to go. I haven't been. Rachel's still working on her wine processing scene, making progress, but got to get all the words right in English and in Canarian Spanish. Canarian? The Canarian woman needs to speak in English, but be translating the Canarian Spanish words as that's her primary language, which is fun for me, but really challenging, and likely to end up cut. Yes, I didn't know there was a Canarian Spanish. Like the only thing I can think of are the Canary Islands, but I don't know. Do they speak Spanish there? I don't know anything about the Canary Islands. I don't even know where they are, honestly. Canarian. Oh, well, there we go. See, so obviously it's near Spain. I don't know, or is it in the Caribbean? I don't know. I should probably know those, but I feel like as an American, I know where many things are on the globe. I am not as geographically illiterate as most Americans are, but the things like little islands and stuff I don't always know. Canary Islands are owned by Spain off the west coast of Africa. Got it. Yeah, and I really know nothing about those islands. So I know a little bit about Caribbean islands, mostly Southern Caribbean islands, because that's the only place I've really been in the Caribbean. And then I know a little bit about the islands off of Europe, like the islands, I can't think of the names, but the islands off of Portugal, and obviously in the Mediterranean and stuff like that. So, a lot of American Spanish is derived from Canarian Spanish because it was the last stop for all the conquistadors, and the sailors on their ships were from there. Gotcha. That's interesting to know. The book I'm writing has a lot of pirate references. As a matter of fact, this is right next to my thing. And this was actually originally written in like 17 or 16. When was it originally written? Hang on. It was written in some early year. It was written in like the time right after Pirates, but I can't remember. Ah, here we go. Hang on. Actually, before the Golden Age. It was first published in 1678. So, I've been using this for reference and stuff. So, yeah. So I find that really interesting. I find the whole seafaring, seafaring. I don't want to say community because I don't know that that's exactly right, but you know what I mean. Like that whole sea merchants and things. I find that all fascinating. No, I did need to know it. I did need to know it. I absolutely needed to know that, Rachel. So, there. I love shit like that. All right. Okay, so we're going to do one more sprint. And Anita said you might want to check out the Who Did What Now podcast. I love that podcast. She recently did a Pirate Month, I think. Oh, wait. That's not what I'm thinking of. The podcast I'm thinking of is the old British guy. Well, I Never. That's the one I was thinking of. I feel like I know Who Did What Now. Like, I feel like that's familiar to me. So I will go check that out. Thank you. Daniela says, I love going to the Canaries in the winter to escape the freezing weather, but skipping this year to save money. I mean, I feel that. So, nice. All right. Shall we get into another sprint? If y'all need to take a break, take a break. Feel free to do that. Usually we don't do breaks after the first two of the stream, but feel free to step away if you need to step away. All right. We're going to do one more sprint. I'm going to try to do my email and try not to look at all the ink shopping sites. Senpai's like, that last sprint was my break. I mean, that should have been mine too, for real. All right. But we're going to get back into it. I am going to go through my email. I'm going to delete this Duran Duran newsletter because I can't go to any of these shows and I'm very sad. I will... Damn it! Damn it! Stop it! Let me go open a tab. Damn it. All right, stop. Stop. Okay, I'm going to delete this newsletter because I can't go to any of these shows and I'm very annoyed. They're also going to be in Vegas, Duran Duran, but I can't really afford to do that. Although I do have someone I could stay with in Vegas if I decided to go, so I'd only have to worry about the flight, which I could get for free on Southwest because I've got a bajillion points, and the ticket themselves. So, I don't know, maybe I will go to Vegas. Starling does. Don't give in. Stay strong. I don't think you're terribly sorry. I don't think you're sorry at all, Senpai. I think you're not sorry at all. Yes, you are an addict and an enabler. That is absolutely true. Pulling other people into your addiction. All right, let's get into it, y'all. I got 20 minutes on the clock. Let's do some semblance of work somewhere. Let's do it. Okay, y'all, that's the end of that sprint. If you were watching in the last 30 seconds, you saw my hubby come in and give me a little smooch because he's going down for his nap. This is his nap time. Every day he naps from about 4 to 6. I don't understand it. I don't understand how he could. I don't get it. Anyway, where did the cat go? I just saw her up and about when he got up. Hang on. I don't want her. Okay. He closed my door since I'm going to be talking. And so I didn't want her trapped in here. She needs to get to the litter box because she will piss on the floor. All right. Senpai says, that was weird. I don't know. I did something with a hotkey or a mod did, but the server disappeared. Do you need... Who are you in there? Who are you in the server? Starling Dust got another 401 words. Super happy they managed to get so much progress done today. You did it. Come back tomorrow. We'll do it again. Oh, it let you back in. Same name. So weird. So weird. All right, and Anita finished the interview. And Senpai is up to 861. All of y'all deserve. And also maybe. And then hopefully all of this will lead to. Okay. Starling says, tragically, I have an 11-hour workday tomorrow. Jesus, I'm so sorry. So I won't be able to. I'm sorry. If you're part of the TWT Facebook group or the Discord, we also do Zoom co-working on Friday afternoon at 1 o'clock Eastern time. And then there's also a bunch of sprints. There's sprints on Saturday during the day, Eastern time. Sprints on Sunday. We have our discussion Sunday night. There'll be sprints on Monday this week. Also Tuesday. And then Wednesday and Thursday again next week. There's lots of opportunities to get work done in the troop. So, speaking of which... That was the last sprint. For those on Twitch, I'm not going to raid. I'm too tired for that. I don't feel like dealing with it. So we're not going to do that. But I am going to go over the events of the coming week as I know them. So let me switch over to my Google Calendar. All right. All right. So tonight at 7 p.m., Amelia has her writing sprint. She goes from 7 till 9. All these times that I'm saying are Eastern time here in the US. So, 7 p.m. Oh, and I'm so excited. Friday morning at 10 a.m. This has nothing to do with y'all. The plumber's gonna come and fix my garbage disposal. I didn't realize how much I used the sink with the garbage disposal in it. I didn't realize how much I used it, but it's been broken for about a week. A little less than a week. Probably 4 days at this point. It'll probably be close to a week. At any rate, but they're coming Friday morning. They're also replacing our water heater, which means I'm going to be spending $3,000 on Friday, in addition to the $700 we spent on our cats. So, like, basically our entire little, for emergencies was used up this month. Just about. Anyway, okay, back to the schedule. Okay, 7 p.m. tonight with Amelia from 7 till 9. She does 30-minute sprints. On Friday at 1 p.m. I will be doing our Zoom co-working. We go from 1 till about 2:30. Then at 7 p.m. Amelia does her writing sprints again from 7 till 9. On Saturday morning at 11 a.m., James will be in the Discord doing Saturday Discord sprints. He goes from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. And then on Sunday morning at 10 a.m., Lisa Raby does her Sunday morning write-in. She goes from 10 until 12. Then on Sunday evening, I did put the event up today, y'all. Go in and vote. Sunday evening at 7 p.m., we have our Zoom chat. What we do is we vote during the week, usually the whole week. Usually like the 6 days before, but in this case, it's only the 4 days before because I just put them up today. We go into the Facebook group, into the event, in there is a post, and you can vote on the topic or topics of your choice and or suggest a new topic you would like to see us discuss. On Sunday, I tally up the votes at about 5:30 p.m. and I post what we're talking about, and then at 7 o'clock we have a discussion about it, whatever it is. So that goes from 7 until 8:30 Sunday evening. On Monday at 2 p.m., Joe will be doing his sprints and meditation. He goes from 2 until 4. He will be sprinting on the Go Indie Now YouTube channel. I believe he sprints on I believe he streams it to my YouTube channel, and also I think the Go Indie Now Twitch. Something like that. Anyway, it's in a bunch of places. So that's at 2 p.m. on Sunday from 2 till 4. Then on Tuesday, we have Writing Sprints with Amelia at 7 p.m. again, from 7 till 9. And that brings us right back around to next Wednesday, where we'll be doing this again at noon, from noon until 3, or, 4, whenever I decide to hang it up. So let's see. Sinpai says, great job, everyone. Yes. Starling says, thank you so much for the stream. Thank you for coming in. Emily over on YouTube says, oh no, oofs, appliances suck. Appliances are awesome. When appliances break, it sucks. But yes. And M says, also thanks for the sprints as usual. Thank you to everybody for joining me today. I always love having you guys in here. This is always so fun. It is really a highlight of my day. So now I'm probably going to go and work on my Notion Author Hub, since I've been so good and not worked on it, and I got 900 words on my story. So Starling says, I'm glad you went a little long today. I don't get home from work until you're almost done. All right. Okay. I'm very glad that we could be together today, my friend. All right. I'm going to go. Y'all have a great rest of your day. Have a good evening tonight, if that's what's happening for you later, or maybe it's your evening right now, or maybe it's your middle of the morning. I don't know. But I hope y'all have a great rest of your time zone. And we'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Bye! Ciao!